Thank you so much, Commissioner Marashi. Okay, will the secretary please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Christie.
Here.
Commissioner Hardy.
Present.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Here.
Commissioner Marashi.
Here.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Here.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
So we have 7, and Commissioner Rivera is going to call in later, so we'll come back to excuse absences, okay?
Yes.
I now invite the Commission Secretary to describe the way the public can address this virtual meeting.
Thank you, Chair. This meeting is being live streamed via YouTube at www.youtube.com/City of Santa Ana Video/live and to our website at www.santa-ana.org/cc/city-meetings. While the meeting is in progress, the public may provide a comment by phone. To comment by phone, please dial 1-669-900-9128. Enter meeting ID 315-965-149 followed by pound. When prompted for a participant ID, just enter pound. When the item that you would like to comment on is being discussed, please dial *9. When the comment period is open, I will call on you by the last 3 numbers listed on the caller ID. When you are called on, please state your name, your position on the matter, and your comment. You will have 3 minutes. I will alert you when your time is up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretary Sarah Bernal. Okay, we have public comments on non-agendized items. These are the ones that are not on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Is there any public comment?
If there's anyone that would like to make a comment on a non-agenda item, please dial *9 now. We do not have any callers, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Before we get started, I just have, this is the staff. We have on tonight for our meeting, we have to have pretty close to almost 350 pages for us on the commission to review. And we got this very late. I know that probably some things might have happened, but we looked at, especially over the weekend, if we can get the full package, because I don't think anyone has a printer in their homes that can print out all those pages from the computer. And that's a tremendous expense. But we do need, what I'm saying is that we do need this agenda package at least on the Friday before the meeting, because once again, we as commissioners read through each of those pages, each of those recommendations, and we go out and view these properties that are coming before us. So going forward, I'm asking staff to please, can you get us these packages in a more timely fashion? Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. First, well, I'm going to take the consent items separately. So the first one is the minutes of the special meeting that was held on July 30th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Schaefer, I move approval.
This is Commissioner Rush. I'll second that motion.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Rush. Commissioner Schaefer. Second by Vice Chair Rush. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Oh, Chair,
Aye.
Chair
Okay.
Christie, I'm
All
sorry
those
to,
opposed?
I'm sorry, Chair Christie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do need to do a roll call since this is a virtual meeting.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, so for approval on the minutes, I will do a roll call now. Chair Christie,
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale,
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi,
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento,
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera, Vice Chair Rush,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Felix Rivera absent.
Thank you so much. We're still getting used to this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, now we'll skip the excused absence because we do need, we'll come back, and if Commissioner Rivera does not come to the meeting, then we'll come back to the excused absence, okay? All right, now, going forward, we have the agreement. And what I'm going to do on these, with these agreements, I'm going to read each one, and then at the end, ask for a motion. Right now, I'm going to ask if there's any commissioner that wish to pull one of these agreements from the consent calendar. For discussion.
I would like to pull one for discussion, and this is Commissioner Marashi, and that would be the 1330 South Broadway. I'd like to discuss that one before we approve it.
All right, that is item E, so that one will be pulled. Anyone else for discussion? Okay, then we'll move forward. Okay, the first one is item C, the Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-16, Mill S for property located at 2214 North Celia Drive. That is with Ryan Bruce and Amy Bruce. Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to speak to this one?
If you'd like to speak, please go ahead now. They'll be here on this.
No? Okay, then we're moving. Item D, Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-17, Mill Gas for property located at 888 North Main Street. This is agreement between with the 888 Tower Apartments LLC. If anybody wishes to speak to that one on the line.
Yes, hello. My name is Will Smolin. I've already registered with you. I'm associated with the current building owner of this project. And if this is on the consent calendar, then I will have nothing more to say. But I was advised earlier today that it might be pulled off the consent calendar. And if I'm mistaken in that, then I don't really think I need to speak. If someone could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
No, it's not full. Item D is not full. It's just only, it's going, we're putting it into a motion for approval, okay?
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the misunderstanding, okay?
Thank you very much.
Item F, Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-14 Mills Act for the property located at 2606 North Flower Street. This is an agreement with Elliot, is it Costa-Boom, and Carol Yvette Costa-Boom. Anyone wish to speak to that? On the mic.
If you'd like to speak, please do so now.
Hearing none, we'll move forward. We go to item G, Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-04 Mills Act for property located at 2526 North Santiago Street. Agreement between Jeffrey M. Black and Joni L. Black. Does anybody on the line wish to speak to this one?
Yes, hi. My name is Jeff Black. My wife and I own the property, and we just wanted to thank you for consideration. We've loved our home for 5 years. We've done a lot of interior restoration and looking forward to doing some outside stuff too, and this will certainly help us. So we just appreciate your time and consideration, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Black, for being here and so forth. Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve the Historic Preservation Agreement for the Mills Act for items C, D, F, and G?
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer moves approval of the remaining items on the consent calendar.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Schaefer. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Alberta. This is Janelle Hardy.
Okay, thank you. Second by Commissioner Hardy. Okay, Sarah, would you please call the roll?
Yes, roll call. Chair Christie,
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale,
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi,
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento,
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera, Vice Chair Rush,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Felix Rivera absent.
All right, then everybody, let's just clap as loud as you can. Yes. Come on, give me my hand. Woo!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Thank
you.
you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Now, Commissioner Marashi, item number E, Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-01, Mills Act, for property located at 1330 South Broadway.
So the reason I wanted to discuss this is if you look at page E12, which is page 67 of the PDF, I think that's a newer photo, and you could see the house is just completely overgrown. And then if you go down and you look at the photo that is on page E19, which is on page 74 of the PDF, I think that is the photo when they put it on the historic registry. We're kind of in between. So I went and visited all the homes and properties today, and I would say we're in between those two photos. The property was bought on July 6th of this year, and I think the new homeowner got it in that in the condition of the first picture, and he certainly trimmed some of the vines growing up along the side of the walls, and then he's also trimmed the front, and that little bush that's in the front, he's even trimmed that some more. So I think he's in the process of cleaning up the home and maybe even getting it back to where it is. Because when I looked at even the color of the home is darker, like in that first picture. And then I saw a little splash of yellow on the edge that looks like the same color as the earlier when it was put on the historic registry. And so I just wanted to have a discussion about that, whether we should maybe hold off until the next meeting to see what the homeowner's done with the house, certainly get a newer picture, and then proceed then. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Commissioner, any comments on the suggestion from?
This is Commissioner Rush, Vice Chair, and I live just up the street. And this young couple bought this home just a few months ago. Some of you may recall that Mark LaFont was the long time owner of this property, going back to the late 70s. And he and his partner sold the home and moved up to Floral Park. It is a lovely home. It's known as the Wall Cottage. And this picture is not very flattering. The lady that this couple bought the house from had not really taken terribly good care of it in the couple of years that she lived there. And just based on my observations from other things they're doing, it might be a good idea to update the photos, but I don't have any doubt that they intend to do some great things there to bring it back to its former glory. It's a really cool house, and it's been very much improved on both the inside and the outside. So those are my comments.
Okay, anyone else? Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
go ahead.
Chair Christie, this is Larry Hitterdale. I think
Hi, Larry.
hello. One concern, if we delayed it to another meeting, then it would not be able to be approved by the end of the year, and so for purposes of the tax consideration, it would be a delay of a year, I think. So, with given what Vice Chair Rush has to say about his confidence in the homeowners, I think it would be better to go ahead and approve it today.
Absolutely.
By any chance, is the homeowner on the line?
If the homeowner is on the line, please speak now.
If I may add, this is Jill Arabi, case planner. The homeowner did notify me when I did the inspection that the reason the landscaping around the building is the way that it looks as page E19 shows is that when they tented the home, the ivy and the landscaping on the home was affected, which kind of killed it off. However, since that tent was put up for pest control, the ivy has actually started growing back significantly, and they anticipate it to get back to the glory that you see on page E12 when it was added on the list. So I do not believe they intend to have it in the condition as it is currently. They are pursuing it back to when it looked with the storybook look, if that clarifies anything.
I'm confused. Which one actually looks like what it is today? Is that E19 or is that E12?
E12 was when it was added back in 2000. What year was that? 2003. So that is an older picture. On E19, that was taken recently, as far as about a month ago.
So E19 that shows the yellow house is as of a month ago. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Commissioner Marashi, is this the color of the house that you saw? Is this the condition?
You know, again, I saw like a splash of the yellow on the left side of that picture in E19. but the rest of it was a darker color. So I'm sorry that I got the two photos confused. It certainly is in between the two. I didn't realize that the E12 was the one that was when it was put on the registry. And I also completely agree with, Commissioner Hitterdale. It is certainly good for them to have the Mills Act so they can take the money and put it towards the house. I completely agree and would buy into that whole. I just didn't realize we're going to try to get the house looking like photo E12.
Well, I hope it doesn't look like E12. Because I'm looking at E12, it's got shrubbery all over the place, that's not there.
Chair Christie, this is Vice Chair Rush. This home, if you've never been there, is a home that, aside from being a Tudor cottage, Mark and Jeff planted. I mean, the house is overflowing with vegetation, both in the front yard, the middle yard, and the rear yard. And the previous owner did not unfortunately appreciate all of that vegetation. And let me tell you, it's no small task to stay on top of that. And so the tinting of the house, absolutely, that gas had a very detrimental effect upon all of this vegetation that surrounds the house in the front, middle, and rear yard. And so I think we just have to be a little bit generous in our expectation that these people do intend. Seem like a nice young couple. They've got 3 little children, and they're a delightful family. They moved here from Tustin. He's an attorney. I think she's a school teacher, and they love the house, and they want to bring it to its beyond its former glory. So I know that's all could be viewed as a lot of puffery, but we've been more generous to other people in the past. So these folks want to get it on the register, and it would make a huge difference financially for them. So I certainly would hope that we would vote to encourage them to do that.
Okay, I think that the good compromise is that, if you go forward, we want staff to monitor this because once again, Commissioner, you're looking at your standards for being placed on the historic register and with the Mills Act. And we do want people to follow through. And then we also need to update what it really is, what their efforts are in restoring that. So if there is a motion, I would like to make the motion that, okay, we approve it, but staff to monitor to make sure that the Mills Act is followed, through with the improvement of the property. In addition, that we also update the pictures that will go onto the register to what those efforts have been.
I'd like to make that motion,
second.
Chair Christie. I'd like to make that motion or second it, whatever's appropriate.
Okay, I can make it and you second. So the motion is that we go through all of this by granting the Mills Act to, I lost my paper, Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-01, Mills Act, for property located at 1330 South Broadway, between Jeffrey, is it Salide, and that staff monitor the improvement so it gets back to the conditions, and then also to update the picture. So that's the motion. It was moved by me and seconded by Commissioner Rush. Roll call, please, Sarah.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento,
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera, Vice Chair Rush,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Felix Rivera absent.
All right, let's give them applause. Come on, guys. Yes, congratulations. Okay. Moving forward, communications disclosure. Commissioners, any disclosures? Besides myself.
Chair Christie, I have a couple. This is
Go ahead, Vice Chair Rush.
This is Vice Chair Rush. I
Yeah.
had conversations with Scott Osland, who is the owner of the Spurgeon Building, and also Mike Hara, president or owner of Caribou Industries. In the last 30 days, I've had several conversations with both.
Okay, anyone else? I did. I had a beautiful conversation with, where's my notes? It was on Riverside. Riverside. Is it John? Well, anyway, not Louise, where is it? I'm sorry. Oh, 936 West River Lane. I had a wonderful conversation with, I think it's John, right? Freeman, and so forth. But yeah, that's my disclosure. And I just drove by all the other homes. Okay, anyone else? Okay, moving forward, administrative matters. Okay, ad hoc committee recommendations for our 2020 City of Santa Ana Historic Resource Preservation Awards winners. Let's give Commissioner Hippendale and Commissioner Sarmiento a great hand. Come on, everybody. They did an excellent job. Come on. Woo!
Thank you.
Okay, who wants to speak?
Well, I just did this, Commissioner Sarmiento. I just had 3 observations of this experience, and thank you so much for nominating me. It was, since we haven't had that many, Mills Act applications in the past, and we've kind of been challenged as a city to get the word out to our, general community and even to our development community. Some of, the submissions were a bit thin this year, so we only have these 2 recommendations. But I do have, for the future, we might want to consider establishing some kind of an annual event where, like in San Diego, they have something called Orchids and Onions that addresses, kind of really good examples of adaptive reuse, of historic restoration, of these kinds of things. They could be historically oriented, but it'd be a good time to kind of invite members from our, like Mills Act property holders, maybe members of the development community, so that they know that we recognize the categories that are on the award form, for like historic infill, not just for restoring a residential home. There's also commercial recognition. So it would be good to have some kind of, maybe at the Bowers, some little tea, and this way we can start to build recognition that we are a historic city and that we want to encourage developers and individual property holding residents to strive to do really high quality restoration and preservation work on their properties, on their parcels, and then submit them to us. I think it would start to build a good network that encourages historic preservation. So I I would just recommend that for the future, establishing something like that, and that would really dovetail nicely with our outreach efforts to promote this award.
Would you like to speak on the restoration award, and then Commissioner Hibberdale, would you speak on the rehabilitation award? Who won those? Commissioner Sarmiento.
Yes, I don't have the two properties in front of us, but I do. One that really stood out was the property that was the old Pacific Electric station up by Garfield School, and that was really an outstanding project that was, led by the school district. I think it's fabulous that we were able to really save, not just save that building, but actually transform it into a really robust community space. Folks can rent the space. There's accommodations for events, event rentals for community meetings, and I think that definitely that's going to be a huge asset for Central Santa Ana for generations to come.
Our former Commissioner Isidro Ramos worked on that project along with the this one was the winner is the Santa Ana Unified School District. They're the ones that did the restoration of that building, and what she told us, the school district, she recommended that they put a bronze plaque that both in English and Spanish about the history of the Pacific Electric Substation number 14, so that community would have some knowledge of exactly the importance of that building and the restoration. So I thought that was tremendous. I know that Commissioner Hardy and I worked on that nomination. Commissioner Hardy, would you mind talking about this one?
Well, I think it's very exciting, and I have a feeling early on that Rob Richardson really made sure that this building was not demolished and was situated in a way that eventually it could go through this restoration, and I was extremely impressed. And it's a wonderful, wonderful site, and I encourage everybody to just go and take a look for themselves.
Absolutely, it is wonderful. I found Assistant Superintendent Orrin Williams yesterday and congratulated the school district, and they're going to work. We can't do it in person so far because of this. They're going to work with the school district to have the commission come down, present the award at the Pacific Electric substation. That's what they want us to do. So they're working on that, and they're very excited that they were able to work in partnership with the city to preserve part of our historic legacy that the city of Santa Ana has. So that's great. Commissioner Hibberdale, would you talk about the Taylor Oldsby House?
Well, I think we're familiar with this. I believe the owner was in last meeting or the meeting before that to get the property on the Mills Act probably. And this is a tremendous project. Back in the old days, before COVID, I used to drive by here probably several times a week on my way to Main Place or City Place, and noticed the rehabilitation going on. They've certainly done a great deal of work in terms of the effort and the thought, and also, of course, the expense involved. So it's certainly a well-deserved award.
Very good. And the award winner is Marnie Schnabel. Is that how you pronounce it?
That's, Mrs.
Marnie-
Novel, I think.
Schnabel,
Yeah,
right.
I think she spoke to us.
Okay,
On this,
very
on
good.
this house.
It's very good for the Rehabilitation Award. Quite tremendous. So, Commissioner Sarmiento, would you mind making the motion for both awards and the winners? And Commissioner Hibberdale, would you mind seconding that?
Thank you. So this is Commissioner Sarmiento, and I make a motion to approve the two prospective awardees for this year's Restoration Awards.
This is Larry Hitterdale, and I will second that motion.
For the award for the Restoration Award, do you want to add Pacific Electric Substation number 14, winner Santa Ana Unified School District, and Rehabilitation Award, the Taylor Oldsby House, winner Marnie Schnabel. Is that how you want the motion to read?
Yes. That would be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Hibberdale, do you second that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Secretary, Sarah, would you mind taking a vote?
Yes, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Felix Rivera absent.
Let's give him an award, and let's give a big thank you to Commissioner Sarmiento and Hibberdale for all their work. Congratulations, guys. Bravo, bravo. Thank you. Okay, next we will go to the bylaws amendment. Okay, Executive Director Min, is that you?
Thank you, Chairwoman Christie. I will have Jill Robbie provide a brief report on this. This is a follow-on action that is a part of the discussion on some of the changes that were desired by the Commission and for the recommendations to Council. Unrelated, well related, but separate from this matter, I just want to quickly inform that we also took on October 6th of this year an amendment to allow the Commission to add on conditions to historical review and projects as conditions of approval as requested. So that's another task that has been checked off on the list, and this is also another task. So Jill, if you can please provide a brief staff report on this.
Thank you. Yes, this item before you is a recommendation in accordance with Historic Resources Commission's request early this year to basically modify and update the code as well as the bylaws to allow more frequent meetings for the Commission to discuss more projects in a timely fashion. So in September, the City Council actually adopted an amendment to the code which allowed the respective commissions to set out meeting dates and times based on their own bylaws. So this is, again, a follow-up to that amendment, which the action before you is to adopt a resolution amending Section 1A of the Historic Resources Commission bylaws to allow bi-monthly meetings instead of what was previously quarterly meetings. So you would have meetings on the first Thursday starting next year in January, March, May, July, September, and November. This concludes staff's update.
Is that the only changes in our bylaws?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff?
Chair Christie, this is Tim Rush, Vice Chair Rush. I have a question. As you can tell, I'm sitting on my front porch. My question is, and maybe this is covered elsewhere and I've overlooked it, but it was my understanding that we were going to be given the latitude to request of applicants certain things from time to time. As an example, we had some time ago, relative to the building at
It's the same person.
relative to the building at 888 North Main, which was again on our agenda tonight. We had made the gentle suggestion
It's the same
that
person.
the applicant install in the lobby
Same
a
person.
plaque that would
That's
recognize
his background.
the architect and the architecture and the style and so forth as to why it would be historic and why it was on the register. And the applicant agreed to do that, but we were afterwards told by the city attorney gently that, well, we really didn't have the full authority to do that. And it was my understanding that part of the changes that were going to be brought before the city council was going to be to allow us to make those kinds of requests or demands of applicants. Did I miss something somewhere?
Commissioner Rush, this is Min Tai. So that particular action has been completed. We brought it to the City Council on October 6th as a code amendment to Chapter 30, and we approved it, and then the second reading was completed this past October 20th. So that was what I reported real quickly before Jill provided the staff report. So now, after 30 days from the 20th, you'll have the ability to place conditions on projects. That has been completed.
Okay, very good. So would it be inappropriate for us to make that gentle request or suggestion of the applicant that is before us this evening?
It won't, you can, but it won't be in effect until 30 days after the adoption of the ordinance. So,
I understand.
yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could make that suggestion, I'd like to offer that.
I'm sorry. Okay.
But can I?
I barely caught because of the background, whatever's going out there with some child or whatever. I did not catch the whole conversation. So, what are you requesting?
If I can, that item, that discussion that you are asking for tonight, this response was not agendized. So, right now we're discussing the modifications to the bylaw regarding meeting frequency.
Right.
So if we can please stay focused on that. I wanted to respond to the question about the code amendment which was completed, and that was completed on October 20th. 30 days from that will be made into law, and from that point on, the commission will have the ability to place conditions on projects. As of tonight, that has still been adopted, but it's not effective.
Right, because tonight we're only doing the bylaws. That's what we're agendized to do, and the bylaws have been changed that we are now meeting bi-monthly. So Commissioner Rush will have to, we can't include that because of the fact that we're only looking at the bylaws and what the bylaws have said about the meeting. So that will have to be at a later time. So what you're asking. So we're only looking at the amendment to this section for the bylaws with regards to our meeting date. Does everybody understand?
Yes.
Okay. May I have, are there any more comments before we move forward? Okay. May I have, would someone entertain a motion to accept the bylaws changes?
This is Commissioner Hardy, and I would like to make a motion to accept the change in the bylaws. This is I don't know if I'm trying to say this, but this is something that we had been looking at the time of the creation of the commission, way back when. This is exactly what we wanted to do.
Right. So, can I rephrase that to go with the agenda? Adopt a resolution amending Section 1A of the Historic Resource Commission bylaws. Can we rephrase it that way, Janelle?
Yes. I'd like to propose to adopt the Historic Resources Commission bylaws, amend Section 1A of the bylaws to read, the Historic Resources Commission shall meet bi-monthly on the first Thursday in January, March, May, July, September, and November at 4:30 at the City Council Chambers, 22 Civic Center, Plaza, Santa Ana, California, or virtually as needed. I mean, as required due to the virus.
Very good. Very good. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Marashi. I would like to second that.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Hardy, second by Commissioner Marashi. Secretary Sarah, would you mind calling the roll?
Yes, roll call. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Felix Rivera absent.
Very good. Very good. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Let's give staff a hand for that one, Wally. Yeah. Yeah. Bravo, bravo. Okay. All right. Absences. Now we're going to move on to public hearings. Okay, and I've got to read this. I hope you can hear me. Please note, the formal action by the Historic Resource Commission shall become effective after a 10-day appeal period, unless the City Council holds a public hearing on the matter. Then the formal action will become effective on the day following the hearing and decision by the City Council. An appeal from the decision or requirements of the Commission must be filed with the clerk of the council and a copy sent to the planning department within 10 days of the date of the Commission's action. The appeal may be made by any interested party, individual or group. Okay, public hearing protocol. I will now review the process for the public hearing so that everyone knows what to expect. A staff will provide a presentation and answer questions from the Commission. B, the public hearing will be open. C, the applicant will be given an opportunity to speak, limited to 15 minutes. D, members of the public will be given the opportunity to comment, limited to 3 minutes. E, the applicant will be given opportunity to respond to comments made by the public, limited to 5 minutes. And F, the public hearing will be closed. Discussion will return to the Commission with formal actions taken to approve, deny, or continued review for the application. Please consider the following suggestions when organizing your comments. A, please state your name and address, which is strictly voluntary. B, state whether you support, oppose, or neutral to the proposal. C, your statement should include all pertinent facts within your knowledge. Okay? Everybody got that, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Here we go. This is the time and place to consider item number 3, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-10, Historic Register categorization number 2020-9, and historic property located at 920 North Louise Street. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? No, that's something new, guys. I don't know. Okay, staff now will provide a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Pedro.
Hey, Pedro.
Hello. Before discussing item number 3, I did want to remind the commission that on tonight's public hearing agenda, we do have 9 applicants that are requesting that their properties be placed on the register and that a Mills Act agreement be executed. These properties are listed on the screen. Normally, for these presentations, I would provide information regarding specific character-defining features for each property. However, considering the number of items and in the interest of time, I will keep my presentations for each property short. I also want to note that we have also revised several of the DPR forms and executive summaries, which are the write-ups that go for the properties after the agenda was posted. This was based on a peer review that we have from a historic consultant, Chattel Inc. None of these changes have affected the recommendations or the categories. They're merely cleanup items or technical items related to each architectural style or the property itself.
Before you start, Pedro, would you mind just briefly explaining what the view of the property? What am I trying to say? You know, the view side of the property. Commissioners, help me out.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you can maybe...
I just went blank on that term.
The view corridor?
Thank you. Thank you. Just to remind the commissioners and for our new commissioner what we mean by the view corridor. Thank you.
Sure. I don't know still exactly what you mean, but let me try to explain. I think based on previous examples that have come up on other meetings, I think what you're referring to is kind of the ability to see the primary elevation, which is kind of the prominent significance of any historic home. Primary elevations, anything that can be seen from the public right-of-way. In the past, we've had properties that had either shrubbery, vegetation, trees, or anything like that that would prohibit views of the primary elevations. So the commission has requested that the applicants either maintain the vegetation to be either lower profile so the elevations can be seen. Is that maybe what you're referring to, Madam Chair?
Right. And how the property is viewed from the street. If we can see the house, the roofs and everything else from the street or the sidewalk or whatever.
Yeah. Did you need any other information?
Without obstruction.
Madam Chair, did you need any other information besides what was provided?
No, that's it. That was good. Thank you. All right, go ahead. You can start now, but I just wanted to bring...
Okay, this is Commissioner Marashi. I just want to bring up something real quick. When I'm looking at the YouTube video, I just see the splash screen. Are you going to show the presentation on here? Because currently I don't see even the introduction slide to this property.
Commissioner Marashi, can you try refreshing your YouTube page, please?
Sure. Okay. Because just a minute ago, I saw a bunch of people sitting at a table.
Oh, you have probably not.
They were getting ready to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, there it is. Got it. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so before discussion on item 3, I did want to remind the commission it's been a while since we've actually had any properties be requested to be placed on the list, and since the fees did go down, we have 9 applications, and more to come, I'm sure. But I want to provide a breakdown of each categorization that we'll be seeing on tonight's agenda. The first, as seen on the screen, is the contributive category, which any building, structure, object, or site contributes to the overall character and history of a neighborhood or district, and is a good example of a period architecture. So any property that kind of exhibits these qualities would be considered as a contributive property. Moving on to the second category, the key category. This is any building, structure, object, or site that has a distinctive architectural style and quality, or is characteristic of a significant period in the history of the city, or the building is associated with a significant person or event in the city. And lastly, the landmark category. This is any building, structure, object, or site on the National Register, or that appears to be eligible to be placed on the register, is on the state register, or appears to be eligible to be placed on the register, has a historical/cultural significance to the city, or has a unique architectural significance. So for the first property under consideration, should be on the screen as agenda item 3. It's referred to the Clem Cohentop House, located at 920 North Louise Street within the Washington Square neighborhood. The house is a ranch house constructed in 1936. It is recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as key, as an early and very intact example of the ranch house style, and because it has distinctive architectural style and quality, as an example of the pre-World War II ranch house style in Santa Ana. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-10, HRC 2020-09, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-12, which is the Mills Act. That concludes staff's short presentation on this item. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Does any commissioner have any questions of staff?
This is Commissioner Schaefer. I have a comment more. And it has to do with the photo of the house. It's a bit misleading. The house is a very long ranch-style house with kind of diagonal wings at each end of it, and there are actually 4 of those big palm trees that go across the front of the house. So the photo that we're looking at is sort of taken on an angle, and I think we could have a better picture potentially to show the house. But it's a very unique home, and I'm happy to support it tonight.
Okay. Any other questions of the commission to staff? Okay, moving forward. Madam Secretary, have we received any written communication?
Yes, 2 letters in support of this matter were received and distributed to the commission.
Thank you so much. Okay, the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on this matter? Hello?
Yes, Chair Christie, I don't believe the applicant is joining us tonight.
All right, thank you.
If there are any other callers that would like to speak on this matter, please dial *9 now. We do have one caller. I will call on you by the last 3 numbers of your phone number. Please state your name, your position on the matter, and your comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and I will alert you when your time is up. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 232. Please go ahead. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 232, please dial *6 to unmute yourself and go ahead. Chair, the person that has their, who's indicated they'd like to speak. Oh, there we go. Caller 232.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes. Please turn down your speaker on your YouTube. We are receiving feedback. Okay.
How's that?
Better, thank you. Please go ahead with your
Hi
comment.
there, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Valerie Bolter. I'm the owner of the home, and I just wanted to say thank you very much for taking the opportunity to look at this home. It is a very unique home, and we've loved it for several years now, and just looking forward to hopefully be able to maintain it with the extra funds. And thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bolter. Okay. I have a question. This property for staff is listed as a key property. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Just want to make sure. Okay. Any other person from the public wish to speak on this matter?
We do not have anyone who has indicated they'd like to speak.
Okay, very good. Okay. Then I'm going to declare that the public hearing is now closed. Okay, and I'm going to bring it back to the commission for either final questions of staff or a motion. Any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
Chair Christie, this is Tim Rush, Vice Chair. I would like to make a motion to approve these applicants in Moss.
Vice Chair Rush, could you read the whole application numbers and everything else according to the agenda?
I don't have it in front of me because I can't figure out a way to pull it up because there's 9,000 pages. Like you, I am flummoxed on that detail.
Oh, all right. I'll read it, and then we'll have you as far as that. Okay.
Commissioner
Okay.
Rush.
The motion to entertain a motion of Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-10, Historic Register characterization number 2020-9. Excuse me, Historic Property Presentation Agreement number 2020-12. Okay, so that's moved by Vice Chair Rush. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Commissioner Marty.
Okay, second by Commissioner Harvey. Okay. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Yes, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale,
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi,
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento,
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera, Vice Chair Rush,
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rivera absent.
Congratulations, Valerie, on their home. Let's give her a hand. Woo! Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking these steps. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. This is the time and place to consider item number 4, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-02, Historic Register categorization number 2020-01, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-02 for the property located at 936 West River Lane. The staff now will do a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next property for consideration is referred to as the Harold T. Segerstrom House, located on 936 West River Lane within the Jack Fisher Park neighborhood. The Harold T. Segerstrom House is of a French eclectic style house constructed in 1948. It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as landmark for its association with the renowned Orange County Segerstrom family, who were agriculturalists, developers, and arts patrons, and for its association with the prominent Santa Ana builder Allison Honer. Additionally, the house has been categorized as landmark for its historical and cultural significance to the city, stemming from the association with the Segerstroms. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution the Historic Resources Commission adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-02, HRC 2020-01, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-02. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer your questions at this time.
All right, excuse me, everyone. I've got to go back up a couple to go back. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 days, calendar days. And before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? Chair Christie, I had a wonderful conversation with the owner, Paul Sanford, on last Sunday, and it was a delightful, and the house is magnificent. That's all I got to say. Okay. Anyone else?
Chair Christie, this is Vice Chair Tim Rush. This house is significant, of course, not just because of who built it, but because for who it was built for. And Harold was of course, a brother to Henry, and Henry, while he was more prolific, Henry in his own right was, or Harold in his own right was certainly profound in what he contributed, and his family continues to contribute. They are major benefactors to the Orange County High School of the Arts and many other arts organizations in Orange County. It is interesting, this style of architecture that emerged by Allison Honer in the late 40s, which was rather avant-garde of the time. Anyway, it's certainly something that should be noted as a landmark in the Fisher Park neighborhood, which has a variety of eclectic styles in that in that neighborhood. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Chair Grubbs. I'd just like to say that, yes, when I was on the City Council, and I met, of course, Henry, but at the funeral for Renee Segerstrom, everybody forget about Henry's wife, Renee. I also met Harold. And on this, they were saying that both of them, how much the Segerstrom family, especially Renee, loved Santa Ana. It was their pride and joy to be, live in Santa Ana and help Santa Ana in its growth. So that just goes to the character of the entire family, but they really, really love Santa Ana. So I think the youth commissioner should be aware of that. Okay? All right. Does the commissioner have any other commissioner have questions of staff? Madam Secretary, have we received any written communication?
No written communication received.
Okay, then the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak to the matter?
Yes, Madam Chairperson, I would. This is Paul Stanford.
Hi, Paul. I enjoyed our conversation. I'm doing fine.
Thank you. I appreciate your commitment in coming by and looking at all of these homes, and really enjoyed understanding a little bit more about the Historical Commission, and if I may thank all of the commissioners involved tonight. I just want to say we feel very privileged to have spent about a year renovating this house. We've been residents of Floral Park off and on for about 17 years and had a couple of notable properties. And some of the commissioners that are present tonight are ones that taught us about the unique value of Santa Ana and rich history. And as such, when this property came available, we moved back in the neighborhood, planned kind of a painstaking roof model where we took everything sandblasted down to original metal windows, primed, and have really tried to do a very good job of bringing it back to its original charm and character and such, not only for us to enjoy, but for the city of Santa Ana with its rich history in Fisher Park and Greater Floral Park, but also the effect of the Segerstrom family. So we really appreciate the consideration. It's an amazing home. We've had people in the home that have talked about the quality, and I think we'll be able to keep it up for a long time to come. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any other comments or people wish to speak to this item?
If there's anyone that would like to speak on this matter, please dial *9 now. Chair, we do not have any callers.
Okay. Very good. Then I now declare the public hearing is now closed, and I will bring it back to the commission for any final questions of staff or a motion.
This is Commissioner Schaefer, and I would like to make a motion that we approve the Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-02 and the historic categorization of the same number, and 2020-01, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement 2020-02 for the property located at 936 West River Lane. The Segerstrom House, owned by Paul and Jeff, who have done an amazing job of loving that home and preserving it for the future.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Schaefer. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, this is Larry Hitterdale. I would second.
Thank you, Larry. Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, roll call. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rivera absent.
All right. Congratulations, guys. Woo!
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Moving right along. Okay, this is the time and place to consider item number 5, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-03, Historic Register categorization number 2020-02, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-03 for the property located at 2352 North Riverside Drive. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? Okay, then staff will now provide a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 5 is up for consideration and is referred to as the Barnhill McDowell House. It's located on 2352 North Riverside Drive within the Floral Park neighborhood. The Barnhill McDowell House is a Spanish colonial revival style house constructed in 1925. It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as contributive for its embodiment of the distinguishing characteristics of the Spanish colonial revival style. In particular, the flat-roofed, one-story, symmetrical bungalow variant of the style. Additionally, the house has been categorized as contributive because it contributes to the overall character and history of the Floral Park neighborhood and is a good example of a period architecture representing Spanish colonial revival style in Santa Ana, featuring highly distinctive porch piers that are the focal point of the facade design. Staff recommends that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-03, HRC 2020-02, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-03. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Does the commission have any questions of staff? Okay. Madam Secretary, do we have we received any written communication?
No written communication has been received.
Thank you so much. Okay, I now declare the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter? That would be Kevin A. or Lauren Marshall.
Applicant, if
Or
you're
anyone
I don't believe
Madam
the
Secretary.
application. I don't believe the applicant is online, Chair.
Anyone wish to speak to this on the line?
If anyone would like to speak on this matter, please. Oh, I'm sorry. We do see Kevin Marshall. Kevin, if you would like to speak, please go ahead now. I do see him on the line, and he is unmuted. I'm not sure why he is not able to speak at this moment.
We'll give him a minute.
Okay.
Kevin, are you there?
Oh, he has muted himself, and now he has unmuted himself. Kevin, are you able to comment at this time? He muted himself again. Chair, he's on the line. I'm not certain why he's unable to comment at this time.
Give him one more minute.
Okay.
Kevin? Kevin?
Let's go to, I see someone on the other side. Okay, I have someone who's raised their hand as someone that's calling in with the last four numbers of 4153. Please state your name and your comment. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Caller with the last three numbers 4153. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, this is Lauren Marshall, Kevin's wife.
Oh, welcome, Lauren.
Thank you. I'm not sure what difficulties he's having because my husband's definitely the tech guru in our house, and so I'm not sure what's going on there. But we just want to say thank you for your consideration. We love Floral Park. We have been here just about 4.5 years when we purchased our house, and there's such a sense of community among the residents, and we just enjoy downtown Santa Ana, and it's just such a privilege and an honor to say that you're a part of a historic city, and we just appreciate your consideration.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you going through this effort to preserve the history of your home. Okay.
And there are no other callers.
Madam Secretary, where are we, Madam Secretary?
Yes, there are no other callers, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I now declare the public hearing is now closed. I will bring it back to the commission for a final comment or a recommendation or a motion.
This is Commissioner Hardy. I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving Historic Resources Commission application 2020-03 and Historic Register categorization number 2020-02, and recommend that the City Council authorize the City Manager and Clerk of the Council to execute the attached NOVAX agreement of Kevin A. and Lauren L. Marshall, subject to non-substantive changes approved by the City Manager and City Attorney.
Okay, that was moved by Commissioner Hardy. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Marashi. I would like to second.
Second by Commissioner Marashi. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll call vote?
Yes, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rivera absent.
Yay! Come on, guys. Woo! Congratulations to the Marshall. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. This is the time and place to consider item number 6, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-04, Historic Register categorization number 2020-03, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-06 for the property located at 2320 North Heliotrope Drive. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? No, staff will now do a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next property for consideration is referred to as the W.S. Spicer House, located at 2320 North Heliotrope Drive within the Floral Park neighborhood. The W.S. Spicer House is a colonial revival style house constructed in 1940. It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as contributive for embodiment of distinguishing characteristics of the late colonial revival style and for its association with the influential and prominent local builder Allison Honer. Additionally, the house has been categorized as contributive because it contributes to the overall character and history of Floral Park and is a good example of the colonial revival architecture just prior to the World War II. With that, staff recommends that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-04, HRC 2020-03, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-06. That concludes staff's report.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Pedro. Does the commission have any questions of staff? Okay, Madam Madam Secretary, have you received any written communications?
Yes, one comment was received. It was submitted by the applicant in support of this matter. There were no other comments received.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. With that, I'm now going to declare the public hearing open. Is the applicant on the line? Would they like to speak?
Chair Christie, the applicant was not able to attend tonight's meeting, so they submitted the comment in support of the matter.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, are there any other, is the public out there, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
If you would like to speak on this item, please dial *9 now. We do not have any speakers, Chair.
Okay, very good. I now declare this public hearing now closed. I did open it, right? So, does the commission have any final questions for staff, or that I brought it back to you to make a motion?
This is Commissioner Marashi. I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
We adopt a resolution approving Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-04 and Historic Register characterization number 2020-03, and also recommend that the City Council authorize the City Manager and the Clerk of the Council to execute the Attached Mills Act agreement with Matthew D. and Leigh A. Muller, subject to non-substantive changes approved by the City Manager and the City Attorney.
Thank you, Commissioner Marashi. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Hardy. I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardy. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie?
Yes?
Commissioner Hardy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale?
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi?
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento?
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera? Vice Chair Rush?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rivera absent.
All right, congratulations. Let's give them a hand, people. We're doing good, guys. We're really doing good. Keep up the good. Okay, here we go. Let's go to item number 7. This is the time and place to consider item number 7. Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-12. Historic Register categorization number 20-11. and Historic Property Preservation Agreement on number 2020-15 for the property located at 2109 North Rosewood Avenue. Please note, this decision on this matter is final and must appeal within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? Not? Staff? Your presentation, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This property for consideration is referred to as the D.K. Thomas House, located on 2109 North Rosewood Avenue within the West Floral Park neighborhood. The D.K. Thomas House is a ranch house constructed in 1956. It is recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as contributive for the embodiment of the distinguishing characteristics of the ranch house style, and for the association with local builder Emmett C. Rogers. Additionally, the house has been categorized as contributive because it contributes to the overall character and history of West Floral Park, and is and as an intact example of a ranch house style in West Floral Park is a good example of period architecture in the city of Santa Ana. With that, staff recommends that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-12, HRC 2020-11, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-15. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. Does the commission have any questions of staff? If not, Madam Secretary, do we have any written communication?
No written communication received.
Okay. This public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on this application?
Oh. Which one? Frankenstein? Oh, applicant, please go ahead. The applicant has muted himself. Please go ahead.
Can I be heard now?
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank the members of the commission for considering this and staff for the work they've done. I am a resident of North Tustin and proudly put Santa Ana on my mail because I didn't know about Floral Park when I first moved here. But now I've been able to obtain a home, a beautiful home, and have learned that it is available for consideration of the Mills Act. And thank the staff for their work and the commission for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frankenstein. We really appreciate it. Tell your friends over in, was it Tustin? Or Irvine, how do you hear?
I live in North Tustin.
I'm sorry?
My post office address is Santa Ana.
But before that, you were, was it, what city did you live in before?
You probably detected my New York accent, but that's many years ago. I lived in Los Angeles and in Garden Grove.
Okay.
But I lived here for many years.
Oh, very, very good.
This is Vice Chair Rush. Tell him that we won't hold that against him.
Thank you.
For being a New Yorker or from Los Angeles?
All of the above.
We won't. But thank you for coming in and choosing us. We really appreciate it. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Frankenstein. Are there any other public out there that wish to speak on this application?
If you'd like to speak on this matter, please dial star 9 now. We do not have any speakers.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I now declare that the public hearing is closed. I'm going to bring it back to the commission for a motion. Hello, commission. You're up.
This is Vice Chair Rush. In spite of the deleterious comments made about the by the owner about his background, I agree not to hold that against him, and would like to see this property placed on the register.
So you're making the motion?
I'm making the motion. Yes, I'll make the motion, but again, because I don't have the agenda in front of me, because of
okay. Let me state it, and then you can agree to it. Okay. The motion would be for the Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-12, Historic Register categorization number 2020-11, and Historic Resource Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-15 for the property located at 2109 North Rosewood Avenue. Your motion?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rush moves. There a second?
It's Commissioner Hardy. I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardy. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera. Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Rivera absent.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Frankenstein. Woo! Well, guys, give him a hand. Okay. Okay, this is the time and place to consider item number 8, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-09, Historic Register categorization number 2020-08, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-11 for the property located at 2042 North Victoria Drive. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item? Staff will now provide a brief presentation.
This next property for consideration is the Hamilton Shoppert House, located at 2042 North Victoria within the Floral Park neighborhood. The house is designed in a minimal traditional architectural style, constructed in 1956. It is recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as contributive for the embodiment of the distinguishing characteristics of the minimal traditional style, dating from the second period of development on North Victoria Lane. Additionally, the house has been categorized as contributive because it contributes to the overall character and history of Santa Ana, and as an early and intact example of the minimal traditional style in Floral Park neighborhood, is a good example of period architecture. Staff is recommending that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-09. HRC 2020-08, and is recommending that the HRC recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-11. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Before we begin, do any commissioner have anything that they wish to disclose regarding this item? Oh, I'm sorry. Does the commission have any questions of staff?
This is Commissioner Schaefer, and I have a question regarding the categorization as a minimal traditional house. When I look at this with the balcony across the front of the house, it's much more like a Monterey Colonial, I believe, even though it's not, really true to either style, sort of a blend, but it definitely seems more like a Monterey Colonial than a minimal traditional.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, was that a question or
Yeah.
a statement?
Why? Yeah, you mentioned earlier in the meeting about having a historian or somebody review these applications. I just wondered if they agreed with the minimal traditional for this particular home or not.
Yeah, actually, they corrected me. I thought it was a ranch house style. That was wrong. So they corrected me and suggested that this is more in the style design for the minimal traditional, which is in keeping with that second phase of development in Victoria, which is, I think it might be a little unusual to have the two-story minimal traditional, but she did reinforce that it was the correct style to go with.
Okay, well,
Madam Chair, I would agree with Commissioner Schaefer. This is Vice Chair Rush.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. Yeah. I think that we should be active when we're doing these, and I feel like that is not a fair or correct representation of the property.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Executive Director Mentai, when we have two different opinions here, how do we do that?
Two different opinions. I'm sorry, Commissioner was breaking up. I couldn't hear the meeting.
Commissioner Schaefer, would you please restate your comment?
Yes, I think this house is more like a Monterey Colonial style house because of the two-story massing and the balcony across the entire front of the second floor. It's very similar to a Monterey Colonial. It's not 100% in that style because there are some variations on it, but I definitely disagree that it's not a minimal transitional house at all, I don't think. It has wood siding, it has brick, it has the balcony. None of those things I think you would find on a minimal transitional house. I'm fine with putting it on the registry. I just want to call it the right thing.
So based on that, what we could do is work with our architectural historian to define the characterization of architectural and character of the house. I think the goal here is whether or not the house has characteristics that are notable and is merit for consideration as a historical property. I think we can make corrections to the characterization and define the information as we complete this process.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you, Executive Klein.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Go ahead with your explanation.
What I mentioned earlier is that we, as staff, can work with the applicant and an architect to define the characterization of the house so that it matches the character and the architecture style, as mentioned by our commissioner. What's important here is that if the house and the architecture style merit the consideration for historical preservation designation, and if that occurs, we can work as staff with the architect and the owner to define the characterization of the architecture style.
Got it.
My comment, this would happen after our approval?
That can happen. If you're comfortable with that, I think we should be able to work with the applicant to carefully, and the architect to carefully reconsider the architectural characterization.
Commissioner Tai, or excuse me, Director Tai.
Attorney, our legal representative, Mr. Funk, this isn't the agreement that's going before signing off, identifying this property as a minimal traditional style. And what you're saying that it should be another style. Once we move this and as a legal document, what happens? I mean, do you modify it? How long does it take? What's going to happen?
Hello, Chairwoman Christie and Commission members. This is John Funk. I think the options here are twofold. One is that approval can be made subject to the re-characterization or the re-evaluation of the style, or two, the matter may be continued because the basis on which the decision is made would be changing, and so the matter can be continued for the record to be corrected or as in accordance with the Commission's wishes, and be returned for reconsideration or consideration again by the Commission.
Okay, did everybody understand that? Yes.
The second option is probably the more thorough one and correct way to proceed.
Okay, would you restate that second option?
The second option would be to continue the item to the next meeting and direct that the basis on which the decision is being made be reevaluated to reflect what the Commission believes is the correct characterization of the home. So essentially, it would be considered once again at the next meeting,
Which will be in January. Okay. That's on there. Okay, I'm bringing it back for the Commission. What would you like to do here?
Well, yeah.
this is
again,
Vice Chair Kim Rush. I would agree with the attorney, except that I feel bad about the fiscal implication for the homeowner. So I would be more inclined to say, let's go ahead and approve it, and then come back and have a subsequent decision with regard to a clarification on the architectural style. My understanding, I'm not an architectural historian, but my understanding was that the minimal traditionalist style was popular in the 30s up through the mid-40s. And I would agree with Phil that this style of this home lends itself more to the Monterey style than to the minimal traditionalist. But maybe some would view this as we're splitting hairs, but it's not very often that we have these kinds of disagreements. But in any event, to minimize the fiscal impact to the homeowner, I would suggest that we move forward with the approval tonight and then go back and clarify the architectural style at our next meeting. That isn't going to, that has no bearing ultimately on the tax implication, other than if we postpone it, it will have a bearing on the tax benefit to the homeowner.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Well, I certainly understand what Commissioner Rush is saying. However, I think it might be more proper for us to follow what the attorneys recommended and actually be approving a correct template. might seem minor to some people, but to me, as a master's in architecture, it's sort of like architectural nails on a chalkboard when you have the wrong name on it. And I've brought this up, on a couple of other properties. I'm not be too picky about that, but I do feel it's very important to get this one correct.
Absolutely. Any other commissioner thoughts on this?
Yeah, well, I think I have to, this is Commissioner Hitterdale. I think I do agree with Vice Chair Rush on this one because of the concern about the tax implications. I'm not an expert on architecture, but certainly it seems to me that Commissioner Schaefer is correct in identifying this as related to a Monterey style. I'm not sure about this one story over here on the right, but the main part of the building over on the left with the two-story, that certainly reminds me of many buildings in Monterey, so I would have to agree on that basis. But I think in terms of the whole overall process, I would rather see us approve it tonight.
This is John Funk once again. I would just add that if it's the Commission's pleasure to approve the resolution, that it may be approved as modified with discussion right now, that is with the characterization of the home, if the Commission feels that that is the correct characterization and that that's the only modification.
This is Commissioner Schaefer. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
And that way
Okay. I heard a Madam Chair. Who's that?
That's me, Pedro. Staff.
Oh, hi, Pedro.
Hi. I just wanted to contribute to the conversation. I, as well as some of the commissioners have mentioned, am not an expert in architecture. That's why we do consult with experts in architecture with 40 years of experience. So while I'm open to have an additional conversation with Chattel about this, I'm not sure that that's going to change their analysis of the architectural style because they've already gone through that process, right? We gave them the information, we provided photos, and they're the experts in with the 40 years of experience. So I don't know about moving forward with the change if they're in their opinion, it's not going to change their determination. So what do we do then, right? This is kind of where the subjective nature of this historic program comes into play, right? Some folks think it's one style, other folks think it's another. I do have, the Bible in front of me of architectural styles, and I am looking at the Monterey style, and I do see some of those elements that Commissioner Schaefer is referring to. Most of the Monterey style homes look like they're full width 2-story homes. This one has kind of a partial 2-story component to it, and the rest of it is single story. And I'm looking at a very good example of a very similar structure that's kind of in the book, and it looks just like this other home that we're talking about today. So while I'm okay having another conversation with our consultants, I don't know that it's going to change her opinion. So.
This is John once again. Mr. Gomez raises a good point. My earlier option or recommendation to approve the resolution subject to change would be modified somewhat by Mr. Gomez's remarks, only because that change in question is not certain that there will be a change, and it necessarily depends on the evaluation. So it's less certain that the resolution may be approved subject to that specific change, only because that change is not certain that it will be made.
We have some commissioners here that are very knowledgeable on architectural design, and they have been right all through the years. And what I'm hearing is that you're saying that the company that did this, and we're paying for this, will not even consider their decision along with the, the information and knowledge that our commissioners have as far as the reevaluation. I mean, commissioners, am I reading this right? Are you getting the same thing?
Madam Chair, to clarify on your statement, this is Pedro. I'm not saying they're not willing to reconsider. I'm saying that I'm sure they'd be happy if we pay them some more money to reconsider, to take another look. But I'm not sure that it's going to change the determination. We can provide more photos, we can provide more information, but if, in their professional opinion, they think it's a minimal traditional style home, having them reevaluate, it's not going to change anything. I'm sure they're more than willing to relook at it again. My only concern is that, their determination was right the first time. And then if we go back with modifications to the resolution, and there is no change to the style, then where are we at? That's the only kind of question that I'm getting at.
That's it. That's exactly what it's like.
This is Min Chai. I recommend that we can continue this item so we can go back and work with the architect, raising some of the questions that are being brought up by the commissioners, and then we will review this at the next meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I'll move that we continue this item until our next meeting in January so that we have a chance to sort this out and make everybody happy.
State the item, state the description of the item, the application number.
I just put a steak on the barbecue. Hold on, I stepped it to my computer. It is item for the house at 2042 North Victoria. It's adopt a resolution to approve the HRC 2020-09 and HRC 2020-08 and recommend to the City Council to authorize the HPPA 2020-11 for the property.
But you wanted to continue, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's not what you said. You said to approve it. And what I'm saying is that restate your motion that this application, and you have to state the information, to be continued at the next meeting.
So that's what I said, to continue to the next meeting in January. I thought I said that at the beginning.
If I may, Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Schaefer, if we can just clarify that your motion is to continue the matter to the next meeting on January 7th, 2021.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Who's that?
This is Vice Chair Rush.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we moved by Commissioner Schaefer, second by Vice Chair Rush. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
No.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
No.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera.
I'll abstain. I wasn't here for the whole presentation.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with Commissioner Rivera abstaining.
All right, thank you, guys. Whew. That was definitely a bourbon conversation, wasn't it? All right. Hey, may the record reflect that Commissioner Rivera has now joined us. Welcome, Felix. How are you?
Good. How are you all? Thanks.
Wow, we got a marathon going on now. Okay, all right. Where am I? Okay.
Next email is due December 10th.
Okay, here we are. I think we're on item 9. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. This is the time and place to consider item number 9, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-11, Historic Register categorization number 2020-10, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-13 for the property located at 1805 North Louis Street. Please note, decision on this matter is final and must appeal within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose? If not, staff, to do your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So item number 9, which is up for consideration, is referred to as the Young Keeler House, located at 1805 North Louis Street. The Young Keeler House is a ranch house style constructed in 1954. It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as contributive for the embodiment of the distinguishing characteristics of the ranch house style. It's also notable for its association with the prominent Santa Ana builder and developer Roy Russell. Additionally, the house has been categorized as contributive because it has distinctive architectural style and qualities representing the ranch house style in Santa Ana. With that, staff recommends that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-11, HRC 2020-10, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-13. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay. Does any commissioner have any questions of staff? No? Have we received any written communication, Madam Secretary?
Yes, we received one letter from the homeowner in support of the item.
Thank you so much. Okay, I now declare the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on the matter if the applicant is on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead with your statement.
Okay, thank you. Well, first off, I wanted to thank you all for your consideration on having my home at 1805 Louis Street on the Historical Society. I've lived in Santa Ana my entire life and never thought I'd have an opportunity to live in the park area. And the fact that we were fortunate enough to buy this house 2.5 years ago is something that I do take seriously. I like that we have an older home. It helps me feel that I can teach my sons the responsibility of what it would take to maintain a home that has significance and will make them understand how things are taken care of, and the only way to do that is by showing them firsthand. We have a lot of plans to maintain and upkeep the house, and we are really grateful for the opportunity again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barker. We appreciate you making the effort of putting your home on our historic register. We thank you for doing that. Madam Secretary, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application?
If you'd like to speak on this matter, please dial star 9 now. We do not have any other speakers.
Thank you so much. Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed. I'll bring it back to the commission. Does the commission have any questions or would like to make a motion? Hello?
Madam Chair, this is Tim Rush. I will make the motion to approve this application, and I'll leave it to you to fill in the details of the application number, etc.
Okay. Okay. This is the Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-11. Historic Register Categorization number 2020-10. And Historic Property Preservation Agreement 2020-13. That was moved by Commissioner Vice Chair Russ. There is second.
I'll second that, Vice Chair, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Schaefer.
We understand. You were vice chair for a long time, yeah.
It's a long
okay. I hope you didn't burn the steak.
Working on it right now.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Rush, second by Commissioner Schaefer. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Thank you so much. Everybody, let's give Mr. Parker a hand. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Woo. Okay. This is the time and place to consider item number 10. Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-06. Historic Register Categorization number 2020-05. And Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-08 for the property located at 1015 West River Lane. Please note, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose with regards to this item?
I should probably disclose I sold them out many years ago, but other than that, no. This is Commissioner Schaefer.
Attorney Hunt, can Commissioner Schaefer vote on this?
This is John Funk. Yes, if the only, I believe that is permissible for him to vote on this, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Schaefer, you got a reprieve there.
It's good to know
Okay,
because I've voted
yeah.
several in the past that way.
I'm sorry?
That's good to know. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Sarah, Pedro, you're up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So item number 10 is referred to as the E.M. Crawford House, located on 1015 West River Lane within the Jack Fisher Park neighborhood. The E.M. Crawford House is a ranch house constructed in 1948 It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as landmark as an early and very intact example of the ranch style in Santa Ana and is a rare example of adobe construction in the city. Additionally, the house has been categorized as landmark because it has a distinctive architectural style and quality representing the ranch house style in Santa Ana, and because as a rare and perhaps unique example of the late adobe revival in the city, the building has a unique architectural significance. With that, staff recommends that the HRC adopt the resolution to approve HRCA 2020-06, HRC 2020-05, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-08. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much. Okay. Does any commissioner have any questions of staff? Okay. Madam Secretary, have we received any written communication?
No written communication received.
Okay. I now declare the public hearing is now open. If the applicant online and would like to speak on this application?
Bassard.
Cameron Phyllis Bassard.
Applicant, if you are online, you may go ahead and make your statement now. I don't believe we have the applicant online, Chair.
Okay. Any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
If you'd like to speak on this matter, please dial *9 now. We do not have any speakers, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I now declare the public hearing is now closed. I'm bringing this back to the commission for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. This is Commissioner Hardy.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving Historic Resources Commission application 2020-06, Historic Register Categorization number 2020-5, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-8 for property located at 1015 West River Lane, and recommend that the City Council authorize the City Manager and Clerk of the Council to execute the attached Mills Act agreement with Carmen E. and Phyllis A. Buzzard, subject to non-substantive changes approved by the City Manager and City Attorney.
Thank you so much. Motion moved by Commissioner Hardy. Is there a second?
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer would like to second that.
And Chair
Okay,
Christie?
Commissioner Schaefer is, hello?
Chair Christie, before you before we do a vote, we did have a caller indicate that they'd like to speak. I do believe it is the applicant, so if we can please go back and allow this person to speak. So, caller with the
We would love to hear from the applicant.
Caller with the last three numbers 6862. Please state your name and your comment, and please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was pushing *9 and couldn't get through.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity, and I wanted to say to the council and everyone that if it weren't for Floral Park, my wife and I would not live in Southern California. That's the power of this neighborhood, and that's how wonderful we feel to be living here and how important it is to be a part of this. So thank you so much. And we came from out of state to live in this neighborhood 5 years ago. This house is very quiet. When you look at the photo that they put up, it's a very quiet house, but it's almost like the Wizard of Oz. When you come through the two doors,
that opens into this beautiful courtyard, and it's such a welcoming and wonderful place. And the house just speaks to you, and we feel so proud to be caretakers of this property right now. And we're doing everything we can to listen to the house itself to tell us what it needs to do and what needs to be done to it. So we love it that it has this quiet profile, but like I said, you go into those double doors and it's a different world back there, and we absolutely love being here. So I'm so thankful and grateful that you recommended us for the landmark consideration, and we certainly appreciate that. And
well, thank you.
Keep it the same style and to renovate and keep it updated, but really listen to what the house does and how it tells us to modify it.
Mr. Blanchard, what state did you come from?
Utah.
Utah. You're loving the weather, aren't you?
Well, the weather, yes. I'd been commuting for 10 years from Utah to my home, to my office here, and my wife saw how much of it was a stress on me, and we didn't like Southern California in general. The houses are homogeneous, the neighborhoods are not friendly, and we found this neighborhood, and it changed everything. So we love neighbors, we love being here, and we love the house. We just love everyone around. So it's been really a salvation for us.
Oh my goodness! And we just thank you for putting this onto our register and preserving our history. We welcome you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for giving me the time to talk.
You're quite welcome. All right, now, Madam Secretary, we have a motion on the floor that was moved by Commissioner Hardy and seconded by Commissioner Schaefer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
All right, thank you. Let's give them a hand. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Woo. Okay, thank you so much.
Chair Alberta, could I just say something real quick? I want to congratulate Phillips and Camp on putting this amazing house on the historic registry. So unique. I don't know if all the commissioners read the whole write-up, but the adobe bricks were actually handmade on site. It's a great story and an amazing house. Like Cameron said, when you walk through the double doors into that courtyard, you are going into another world. So I'm very proud to have this on the landmark status today.
Yes, we are too. We are definitely true. Okay, moving on. This is the time and place to consider item number 11, Historic Resource Commission application number 2020-05, Historic Registered Categorization number 2020-04, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement 2020-07 for the property located at 2447 North Heliotrope Drive. Okay, decision on this matter is final unless appealed within 10 calendar days. Before we begin, do any commissioners have anything they wish to disclose regarding this item? Okay, if not, staff will now do a presentation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
last but not least is agenda item number 11, known as the M.E. Lessard House, located at 2447 North Heliotrope Drive within the Floral Park neighborhood. The property is designed in a ranch architectural style. It's constructed in 1945. It's recommended that the property be listed on the register and categorized as key. As an intact example, and one of the first to be constructed immediately post-World War II of the Craftsman influence variants of the ranch style. Additionally, the property has been categorized as key because it has distinctive architectural style and quality, as an example of the early post-World War II ranch style in the city of Santa Ana. With that, staff recommends that the HRC adopt a resolution to approve HRCA 2020-05, HRC 2020-04, and recommend City Council authorize HPPA 2020-07. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Does any commissioner have any questions of staff? No. Madam Secretary, have we received any written communication?
No written communication received.
Okay, I now declare the public hearing is now open. Would the applicant like to speak on this matter?
The applicant is on the line. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm not unmuted.
Yes, yes.
You talking to me?
Hi. I'm just not sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. My apologies. I just wanted to thank all of you for considering our house for the historical designation. We a short 2 amazing, wonderful years, and we are absolutely in love with both our home and our community.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
If anyone would like to speak on this matter, please dial *9 now. We do not have any speakers.
Okay, then I have now declared the public hearing is now closed, and I'm bringing this to the commission. Hello? Hello?
Are you looking for a motion?
Well, I have a question, okay, and I have a concern. Remember I spoke to you about, or had Pedro to talk about the view corridors? If you drive on the street, and I drove it twice, and I missed out twice, you can't see the house from the street or side. They have a lot of shrubbery there that's blocking the view. Now, I'm assuming that this picture is from a driveway where you see the house off to the side. But if you're driving down Heliotrope, you can't see the house. So, did anyone else drive by the property? Hello?
I did. This is Commissioner Marashi, and I kind of agree with you.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, and if you can't see the house, and especially since it is key, then, staff, I don't know if you looked at the picture to see the angle, but you can't see it from the street. And so with that and that designation, I'd like to postpone this until staff comes back and work with the applicant to make sure we can see this house from the street. Because if not, that's one part of this application and the view corridor.
Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Any others?
Yes, I physically took the photo, so I was on the site. I'm not sure if continuing, I mean, this is obviously up to your guys' discretion, but we do have the applicant on the line if you'd like to pose a question to the applicant to see if they're amenable to maybe trimming some of that vegetation to make it more visible. My review of this was that it was similar to the vegetation that was in the property we just reviewed, 1015 West River, the landmark property. There was similar vegetation, perhaps a little bit more on this property, but you can pose the question to the applicant while she's on the line. Don't know if it's necessary to continue at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't, one of the things is that for putting a property is that we have to see the property, and that has to be, you know, if you're driving. But if you have vegetation that's overgrown like this, and you can't see it from across the street or down the street, or if you're driving by to see the beautiful architect, I mean, you know, we have a problem here.
Okay,
because
so
this picture looks like it's taken, you know, from a driveway or from the side view.
that's correct, it was. So, Madam Chair, would you like to pose
Okay.
a question to the applicant, or what would you like to do?
Well, on the applicant, okay? Do you understand what we're saying? Is it Trivietta? I don't know how to pronounce the name.
Sarah. Her name's Sarah. Or Tracy.
Okay.
Sarah, are you still on the line?
Let's check. One moment, please. We're going to... yes, Sarah is still on the line. Please unmute yourself. *6.
Hello. Hi, this is Sarah Turrieta. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this. We, in having this vegetation that's been here since we moved in for 2 years, the previous owners that lived here for approximately 2 decades were British. And had you seen the backyard and the front yard, she was working to do a California English garden. We have since moved in. We have completely re-landscaped our backyard because prior to us moving in, you could not see through the backyard. I honestly had we've actually trimmed back quite a bit of our front yard since moving in, and our hope was not to appear overgrown. When you walk through the yard, she's planted probably 100 different plants that bloom throughout different times of the year. And our focus was never to be overgrown and hide the architecture of our home because we love it so much. If anything, it was just to honor the previous residents. We are completely beyond amenable to cut back any of the plants that the commission thinks is necessary to showcase more of the architecture.
Okay. Pedro, would you please once again go over what we're talking about as the view corridor to help the residents?
Madam Chair, I thought she understood the concern well, but I'll go over what I had previously mentioned about primary elevations and concerns with overgrown vegetation and not being able to see those elevations. In the past, the Commission has had similar concerns and has allowed the applicants to move forward with their designation in Mills Act with the caveat that they modify the vegetation so the primary elevations are visible. Again, as maybe was discussed earlier this meeting, the idea behind putting the property on the register and then Mills Act is to kind of then improve some of these, not just the structure, but then the setting as well. So certainly the front yard landscape is as part of the historic setting. So if, you were to move forward with designating the property and subsequently the city council moves forward with the approval of the Mills Act, we can certainly work with the applicant. Actually, it's written in the Mills Act that the property would be kept in good repair and maintenance, so that's certainly part of the overall agreement.
Can you show her on the screen what we're talking about as far as, that vegetation there? Off to, is that left?
Madam Chair, unfortunately I cannot. This is a pre-loaded PowerPoint that doesn't have any additional photos. But I'm sure she's aware of her front yard, as I don't know if any other of the commissioners stopped by, but there's vegetation, there's trees, and so the concern that you have is valid, that you can't see the primary elevation. So.
Okay.
Am I unmuted where I can speak again?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, good. I don't know if I had to press the button again. We've been here for 2 years, and since moving in, we've invested a substantial amount of money both on the interior of our home and all of the back landscaping. We also invested a lot of money into this process, and we are both teachers, so it's been a large investment for both of us. We love our home more than words can express, and we continue to make improvements on it constantly. The landscaping in the front, we continually trim it back, and when you walk through, you'll see by a resident who was here for 2 decades what her vision was. But again, we're more than amenable to make any necessary adjustments so we can move forward with this process, and I really hope that you all will consider that.
Yeah. We appreciate your comments and so forth that you have. And like you said, the back, we're concerned about the front and the side from the street as you look at the structure that's on there. That's where we're coming from. The back is the back. You can't see it from the street level or the sidewalk or anything. That's where we're coming from as far as the view. You've got to see the house from those levels. So, commissioners, what any other questions or comments from commission? Hello.
I work out in our yard continually, and I was completely unaware that I needed to cut things back more to showcase more of the house, because had I known this, I certainly would have done this with all we've invested in our home. So again, I hope you will consider moving forward and allow us to make any necessary adjustments.
Right, because of the fact that the designation is key, and that's, one of our best, you got better, best, and major, which landmark being major, clear categorization there of the property. So, commissioners, what would you like to do? Hello?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I can get back to that thing.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If I may, I wanted to, this is staff, I wanted to address your comment regarding the effect that this has on the physical property itself. While we do, as part of our program, review the setting as a whole, the categorization refers to the architectural style. Now, this is a very intact example and rare example of a ranch-style house in this variant style. So the landscaping isn't really physically affecting the structure, which is why we gave it the designation for key. And the landscaping isn't like other examples where you have vinyl windows or additions that kind of just completely physically make a property ineligible. So I, if I can, would advise that the commission consider allowing staff to work with the applicant to modify the landscaping, because it's not a permanent structure. It's not physically damaging the intact structure, and it can be modified. So just with that, before the commission considers their decision.
Okay. Did everyone hear that? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Hardy? Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know who's talking now.
This is Sarah Curietta. This is the homeowner.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead.
I'd also just like to point out one last thing, and then I will rest my case. But we are the only single house in all of Floral Park, which makes our home a really special place. And again, I really hope you will take into consideration the structure of our home. We've honored it in every way possible to keep it what it once was and to continue to preserve it. And we're hoping through this process we'll be able to continue on that path.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. Okay. All right. Commission.
Well, I think Commissioner Hardy wanted to speak, I believe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just ready to make the motion. I don't.
Okay, hold on. Any other comment? Okay, Commissioner Hardy, go ahead.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving Historic Resources Commission application 2020-05, Historic Register categorization number 2020-04, and Historic Property Preservation Agreement number 2020-07 for property located at 2447 North Heliotrope Drive, and recommend that the City Council authorize the City Manager and Clerk of the Council to execute the attached Mills Act agreement with Sarah Cam Curietta and Tracy Curietta, subject to non-substantive changes approved by the City Manager and City Attorney. And then do I need to add modify the motion to include that staff will work with the applicant to modify her agreement, whatever needs to be done to vegetation that may block the view corridor.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer, I'd like to second that, and I'd like to second that with the caveat that it is there is also a shingled home on Greenleaf that I believe is on the historic registry already. But yes, this is a beautiful home, and it should be on there.
Okay. Okay. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Okay, roll call vote. Chair Christie.
Yes.
Commissioner Hardy.
Yes.
Commissioner Hitterdale.
Yes.
Commissioner Marashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Pena Sarmiento.
Yes.
Commissioner Rivera.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rush.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
All right. Well, congratulations, everybody. Let's give them a hand. Woo! Woo! Thank you so much. Okay. Where am I now? Okay.
Staff comments.
Oh, let's see. Okay, that's the end of the business calendar, right?
Yes.
Is that it? Okay. Now, we'll move into staff comments.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Vince Fregoso. How are you tonight?
Hey, bud. How are you?
Doing all right. Just enjoying the meeting as always. I've got a couple of quick updates for you. The first one here is, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Okay, the first one is an update on where we're at with those recommendations that we took to council several months ago. So you know about the one that Jill took, you guys acted on today, which is the amendments to your bylaws. So now let's to meet more often than what you were originally. And I believe Vice Chair Rush had brought up the other one about the conditions. That was approved by City Council, will take effect. So by your next meeting, you'll be able to add conditions onto those applications that you see. A few other things we've done behind the scenes is we've updated our database that helps us identify any structure that's 50 years or older. So if there's any modifications or demolitions, we have a flag now. We can take those projects closer before anything happens to them. You also know back in July 1st, we got the fees reduced. So what we're going to be working on here in the next, which kind of led to what the meeting was today, the several applications. So what we're going to be doing in the next few months, so starting next year, is that second phase of improvements that you asked for, which is updating our design guidelines to address historically sensitive areas. We're also going to start working on identifying some historic sensitive areas without the city. So that'll be working on our next work plan that'll start probably early next year. So we're moving forward with your recommendations, and again, the ones the city adopted. So that's number one. And then number two, I just want to let you know that I have decided to retire from the city. So this is my last meeting with the Historic Resources Commission. It's been a blast. I've admired everything that you do. I've seen other cities like Brea and Anaheim destroy their historic structures, and I just love how we've embraced our culture and our heritage and how we preserve them, and how passionate this board and this commission is about preserving historic structures. So I'm going to miss it. I'm retiring at the end of the year, and just want to say thank you to all of you for all you've done, help me grow as a person, do all the work and all the feedback here from you. And I won't be far, but I wanted to just let you know that I'll be walking out the door and closing the lights at the end of December. So thank you for all you've done.
What are we going to do, Vince, without you, man?
Madam Chair, you've got a great bench behind me. You've got Jill and Pedro that are taking up the torch, and they are learning more and more every day, and they're passionate about historic preservation, and you're going to be in great hands with them. I have full
Oh, my God, I can imagine. Are you having a party? Are we invited?
You know what? These COVID era parties are not high on my priority. I wish I could. One as great as yours, by the way. I could probably never top that.
That was the last party of the year. You know that.
It was the party of the year and the last one of the year. You're right. So probably not. But I'll reach out before I leave. Don't worry. I'll reach out to each of you.
What are you going to do? Travel or what?
Well, I wish I could, but I'm kind of waiting until the whole COVID thing clears up and get a vaccine. You know, I love golf and I love tennis, and so I've got a whole list of honeydews for my wife sitting waiting for me on December 24th to start attacking.
That's what happened when you retired, and your wife have a bunch of things. Now you're mine, right?
Exactly. So.
Oh, the best to you. We're going to miss you.
Thanks. I miss you guys as well. So that's all I have tonight.
Okay, very good. Any other staff comments?
Sure, Christy, this is Mintai. I would just like to take a moment to thank Vince for his many years of service to the city. Last year around this time, if you remember, Vince was promoted to our planning manager position, and I believe and still continue to believe that was a well-deserved promotion. It's something that Vince has worked a long time for, and I'm glad that he's able to retire and be at the top of his game. We're going to miss you, Vince, but like I said, we have a really good bench behind you, and keep in touch, and look forward to continued conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're crying. Okay, no. Okay, at this point, do we have any commission comments? We're starting with roll call. Let's start with Commissioner Sarmiento.
Thank you, Sarah Christie. I just thank you, Vince, for your service. I want to thank staff for preparing such a robust agenda, and all my fellow commissioners. Thank you. You know, this was a really beefy meeting. My comments are as to the general plan and the historic elements. Those are wonderful modifications to make our commission, you know, more active and practically able to save and preserve historic properties. I would only add that there was a lot of language in the general plan about encouraging historic preservation projects and projects that commemorate our city history. But I didn't see any detail on how to present such a project, and would that be presented to the commission? Does the commission have some kind of like a funding source or something, or a set aside that could fund projects, kind of like the art commission, you know, has like, you know, a certain pot? So I just want my fellow commissioners just to consider what kind of a process. And the reason why is because one of the projects that was mentioned in the plan was the historic OC School of the New, OC streetcar. And, you know, it's going to pass through 10 neighborhoods. And each of those stops actually is right in the heart of a significant and older neighborhood. I actually wrote with city staff an Our Town grant specifically for the OC streetcar to commemorate, just detailing those 10 neighborhoods, detailing different things that could be done to highlight the local history and population, as well as the historic businesses within each of the OC streetcar stops. And that was for the Ford Foundation Our Town grant, and I believe that application should be with you there with staff. So I don't know if there's a way that, like, a proposal like that could be presented to our commission, or somehow put in some kind of pipeline, so that there's that consideration, you know, as planning plans and approves and develops, that they could take into consideration actual concrete proposals for commemorating our local history, like through kiosks or plaques or even QR codes, which are super duper cheap and easy to do, so cheap that I found them all over in the tiniest village in South America. I would find a QR code printed on a sticker, and I could just call up local history anywhere, like in a market, in a cemetery, you know. And if they could do that in the smallest village, Bolivia or Chile, we could certainly do it here for very little money. So I just want to put that out there, that we, you know, formulate some kind of a pipeline to propose, you know, historical preservation projects, you know, that commemorate our local spaces. It could be vinyl flags, it could be kiosks, you know, they could be, you know, plaques, something like that. So that's my comment, and hopefully we can discuss that sometime in the future. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Commissioner Rivera.
No comments. Just thank staff for all the work that they're doing. I know this was a lot of the agenda today, but thank you.
Commissioner Hibberdale.
Well, certainly thanks to everyone involved with this wonderful and lengthy meeting, and congratulations and best wishes to Mr. Fragoso for a wonderful retirement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hardy.
Thank you, Sarah Christie. Wow. Congrats, Vince. This is really some news. I think I remember you from way back when. So you retiring and ranch houses making our list of historic properties.
Yeah.
Time's going by. I have another concern here. Commissioner sorry, Mento brought up the route that our streetcar is going to be taking and how we could recognize some of those historic neighborhoods along that route. Well, perpendicular to that route is historic South Main Street, and I concur with her about the general plan having all these great things about historic recognition, etc. But yet the general plan doesn't seem to be showing how we can preserve the historic South Main Street business district and recognizing some of the historic uses that are already there and the historic buildings that are there, and bungalows, houses. So that's a concern I have. But on another note, thank you. Thank you for all the work that staff's been doing, and I guess I'll talk to everybody as a commission next year. So Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Barashi.
I just want to again congratulate Brent on a retirement and with the wonderful service he's provided Santa Ana. We really appreciate it. Also want to thank Commissioner Sarmiento on the beautiful presentation award. The job you did on that was outstanding. Thank you very much. Pedro, thank you and the staff for all the work on all these properties. That must have been a huge time-consuming effort. We really greatly appreciate it. I want to wish everybody happy holidays and a happy New Year. Take care.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, let me just say to Vince, thank you so much for your service to our community and all your contribution you've done over the years. We appreciate it. And you're way too young to retire. What do they like to retire at 35 now? I don't know. Anyway.
I'm 60, actually.
Oh, my God. You're still young.
You can't retire until you're... I also want to say I'm not sure what's going to happen in this election. In terms of council, I'm an appointee of the mayor, and we will have a new mayor, that's for sure. I don't know who that will be. But I've been on this commission since 2000, off and on, and appointed by 3 different council people. So it's been a privilege to serve since the year 2000. On this committee. This might be my last meeting. I'm not sure about that. So I would love to continue on if the powers that be think I'm worth continuing. I'd like to thank the staff for the great work they did. I know we have a lot of applications with the new lower fees, and I'm excited about that. I'd like to congratulate the homeowners of the that were placed on the registry and on the Mills Act tonight, so that's quite an honor. And I'd also like to congratulate our Historic Preservation Award winners, particularly Marnie, who lives on Valencia Street. I know that was a colossal effort, and she spent in excess of $2 million restoring her home. Not very many people can do that. So we're grateful to have somebody like that in our community that takes the old house like that and really loves it and, starts from the foundation up and literally rebuilds and preserves it there. I love living in Santa Ana, our unique properties. Several of the homes that we're on tonight were ones that I sold in the past, and that's fairly typical at our meetings, and so that's a great honor. I love being able to help out our citizens and get them recognition for buying these beautiful homes. So I hope I haven't left anybody out tonight, but thank you, Alberta and Vice Chair Rush, and maybe I'll see you guys again next year, and maybe not. So anyway,
think positive. Think positive, everyone.
We have to have architects on the commission.
Yeah.
be a certified have at least 2 people with an architectural background, so I'm hopeful.
Well, we thank you, Commissioner Schaefer, for all you do and bringing to light, educating us as a commission on the different styles and so forth. And we really appreciate your dedication to us. Really.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Vice Chair Russ.
Thank you, Chair Alberta. Well, I have the advantage of going next to last here, so I get to glean from all the great comments from the rest of you. And I too, Vince, would like to echo my congratulations to you. That I wish you fulfillment and success in your retirement. Winston Churchill once said that we make a living by what we get, we make a life by what we give, and you certainly have given a lot to the city, and so I just want you to know we all appreciate what you've done over your many years at the city.
Thank you very much.
So I want to thank the staff for the hard work they went into for tonight's meeting. Goodness, here we are at 3 hours and counting. Lots of stuff, and of course, what happened tonight in large measure had a lot to do with all of our work together in coercing the city to roll back the fees. And we knew this would happen, and here it is. We get a chance to grow and build our preservation base by having more people on the register and Mills Act and so forth. So congratulations to all the applicants and for their hard work and all the money that they have spent to improve and refurbish and maintain their homes. And certainly this lady, Marnie on Valencia Drive, my goodness, she almost deserves, if we offered a gold seal in preservation, she would be worthy of it. So I do want to thank the entire staff. I know you guys worked very hard to bring all of this information together to us tonight, and I'm sure that all of us appreciate that. I certainly personally do appreciate it a great deal. I've been on assignment in Park City for the last couple of months, Park City, Utah, and it is interesting. They have a historic district in their downtown, which is a local historic district. It's not a National Register historic district. But these little 700 and 800 square foot minor shacks go for over $1 million. So it's kind of interesting to see what a historic designation, and we all know this, it's sort of reinforcement, but in a resort community, and interesting, they are on the cusp of starting what we have had for many years, and guess what that is? An artist village. So I participated in a number of focus groups on that, and so that was quite interesting. But, who would imagine a place as upscale and as very expensive as Park City, they're trying to embrace the arts movement just like we are, but they're doing it because they want to provide diversity to their downtown, give people a reason to keep coming to their downtown, just like we do. So, kind of interesting. I want to share with you, some of you know that I'm on the board of Preserve Orange County, which is a countywide preservation group, very similar to LA Conservancy for LA County. We are for Orange County. I don't presume that we are quite as prolific as they are, but anyway, we're going in that direction. But we are on the cusp of potentially enjoining a lawsuit against the city of Laguna Beach because they have been in the process of essentially dismantling all of their preservation initiatives for that lovely beachside community. So there's a group of local preservationists that we are very close to considering and joining them to launch litigation against the city of Laguna Beach. And of course, it still has to process its way through the Coastal Commission. But thankfully in Santa Ana, we have a city staff and a city council that is focused on preservation and not wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater, unlike Laguna Beach. So again, thank you to Vince for your many years of hard work. We wish you success in your retirement. Thanks to staff, and thank you to all my fellow commissioners. I wish you happy holidays and a pleasant new year, and we'll see you in January. That's all I have.
Okay. Well, since we can't give Vince a hug, all commissioners, let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, so thank you. Woo! Thank you. Vince, I'm noted for my hugs, and I'm giving you an air hug.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
I just want to thank also staff and the commission, you commissioners. I mean, we did a lot of work tonight, and I appreciate your dedication from the staff report to the commissioners going over a bunch of pages and you should be proud of yourself of all that you've accomplished tonight. And I want to let's give Commissioners Hitterdale and Sarmiento a big applause for their award ceremony. That was great. Like I said, both applicants are extremely happy, and I know that Santa Ana Unified, I mean, it was just like a shot in the arm for them, because of everything that this was something very special, and they really wanted me to tell you guys they really appreciate it. So, and let's give the applicants a hand again for putting on the register and also for the Mills Act, okay? I mean, without them stepping up, and we're, with the fees, we mentioned fees coming down. I just want to give you guys a heads up. I'm in what you would consider the central part of the city or southwest area, and I've been speaking to the African American community, and you'd be surprised the historic nature that they have in this section over here. So we are going to be working on applications, and Pedro, I hope you come with me when we can get everybody together to go over the process for putting churches, homes that started the African American community way back in the 50s, historical society members, their homes, that brought this community into Santa Ana. Remember, it's all geared to El Toro Marine Base, because it was all the Marine Base and the Marines that lived in, that were stationed to that base. So once again, we're going to be hearing a lot of areas now that are able to come onto our historic register. So I would like to ask Executive Director Lynn Ty and staff, we have over 700 homes and buildings and so forth, and we need to have some kind of plaque or recognition that these homeowners can receive to put on the outside of their home or a building or structure that lets them know that this recognition, like Commissioner Sarmiento was saying, to show out that this particular property is on our historic register. I don't know how we can do this, or, just something little that they can bolt on the outside of their home. I don't know how it can be funded or whatever, but could you come back the first part of next year to help develop this kind of recognition?
Absolutely, Chair. We will look into options available to the city for this type of a program, and we will report back together.
Absolutely, because I'm sure if we contact all of the homes, over the 700 homes, they would like to know, to put something out there that says, hey, it's just like, Janelle, you know, when we had neighborhood associations, and when we start putting up, defining our, like Valley Adams, like Wilshire Square, and those little signs that were on the street outline signs at the base of the street. I'm sorry?
Yeah. Each side has them.
East side too has them. And just putting up markings where our neighborhood associations were, it was kind of a pride that they thought was an exclusive area. The same thing with these homes. These are ones that were treasures that we should have and a special recognition, just to bring up another level of pride in our city. So I thank you for working on that for next year. Is there anything that, as commissioners, you would like to bring to the agenda for next year?
Can we take a rain check on that and submit it?
Yeah, you can take a
on it.
Email me. You all have my email address, right? Or Sarah can you can send out a roster with all our emails and so forth.
Perfect.
And let me know what we, you want to discuss, and I'll, get it on the agenda. How's that? Because all of you are saying, how do we get things on the agenda? You come through me, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. With that, once again, Vince, you're my heart. Okay. Wish you well. And I want to wish everybody a very safe and healthy Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year. Okay? Thank God 2020 is leaving us. And we're looking forward to 2021. Our next meeting will be Thursday, January 7th, 2021. And once again, thank staff for all your efforts that you've given to us this year to help us. And at 4:30, Thursday, January 7th, 2020, fourth Thursday, 4:30. And with that, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 7:46? Hello?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will so move. This is Larry Hill.
Moved by Commissioner Hibbigill.
Seconded by Commissioner Marashi.
Marashi and Hardy. We'll have two. Okay, with that, with the motion, we are adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night.
Bye.
We're not asking.
We're ready now.
No. Oh.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna take January 7th off. So I can't. I think I'm gonna say something out loud and get fired. So
Yeah, rotate. I took this meeting. You gotta take the next.
I took one for the team already.
Yeah, it's gonna be every other one now.
So those two houses that one Schaefer had a problem with, one the
Chairman.
yeah. So were those concerns arbitrary concerns that weren't really part of any requirement?
It's not codified. It's not in any code.
Okay.
Since they brought it up in the past before,